Okay, we got a fish that's supposed to be a right turn. So what I like to do so I don't confuse things later, so I've got to mount 4 of them. I got to mount 2 really big ones. And what I'll do is I'll snip this off right here. And this is on the side that's going to be facing the wall. And so now I'll automatically know which side of the fish that I want to make my incision that's going to be facing the wall. I've got my borax on hand, and I've got my X-Acto knife, my scaling tools, and yeah, what you want to do is start making my incisions. Right here where the scales meet the tail, I like to go ahead and start making an incision. Okay, I make that first incision there. Then I start up the middle with my shears. And you can see where I'm just going right up the middle. And I try to center it as much as possible. And remember, I cut this. This is the side that's not going to be facing the public. It's going to be facing the wall. And so that's how I like to do those. And I try to make sure I keep it centered. And this is just going to be with a commercial body. In other words, I measured the fish. And a lot of times it's better to go ahead and do it before you can put him in the freezer. You know, if he's thawed when you get him. And I just make sure I keep him centered. Keep going up the center. And eventually you're going to get to a collarbone right here. And what I'll do is a little bit above the fin juncture where the fin was connected and the back of the collarbone, I go ahead and cut through the collarbone. I don't cut through the fin rays or the gills. I don't cut through the gill rays, but I will go up to them. And then it's hard to see, but I'll try my best. Right here behind the gills is still a little bit of ice on this guy. As close to the gills as possible, I'm making my incision up to where I made my cut. Yeah, that's ice. Okay. Now what that does, it's just a better mount. You know, all the skin you can use when you're mounting, that's the better. What I do is I get right to that last fin ray where it connects to the body, and then I run my blade just below that on the skin. There's no scales there, it's just soft, smooth skin. And so that's what you're up against. Soft, smooth skin. And I'll carry it all the way up to the end here. And unfortunately, he's a little bit freezer burnt. But right there at the gullet, well, let me see if I can open this guy up a little bit. It's still frozen. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, right here at the gullet, I cut all the way up against that. There's a throat place, and then you cut through the bone on the throat place. I'll show that a little bit later. Okay. Now we made our incision. You can get paper towels and stuff to keep some of the blood down. This guy's a freezer burnt, or he's dry. He's really dry. But just up under the skin, I get this utensil It's got teeth on it, serrated. Order them out of the taxidermy supply companies. And it's really kind of all I need to get my job done. And hope you can see it. I'm just going between the skin and the meat and separating it. You know, if I leave a little meat on him, so be it, no biggie. It's going to come off anyway. But believe it or not, he's going to still make a nice mount after he soaks in the borax for a few days or something. He'll be ready to mount. I think they say like a minimum of 14 hours. They'll, and all I'm doing is raking under the skin, and without damaging scales and all that, try to just separate the skin from the meat. He's a little dry. That's all right. Got them all at one time. Got about 4 of them. So if you get a chance, you want to get them mounted before they get this bad, but he'll be fine. Of course, I turn them around to the other side. Do the same thing on this end. Just get my teeth started. You may have to leave a little meat on him to get the body out. You might have to. Well, obviously you'll do it. Okay, and I've gotten all the way as far as I can up to the head. Now even on the inside, you'll have to snip through some bone. Right up under there, some bone you're going to have to cut through. And I'll show you that. But yeah, this is... Some people use spoons and stuff, whatever they got on hand, to skin a fish out. But they do got tools. They got something that looks like a real small garden rake. That's real good for getting like pieces of meat off. But I've used this and got by fine. Okay, now go down to the rays if possible. Now here's what I like to do when I get to the rays. I'll show you the upper end first. Well, I'll show you this. So I can, this ray is easy to get to, so I'll go ahead and get to it. Well, let me cut this. You have to kind of, right behind that fin juncture, you remember we made an incision up against the, close to the fins. Basically, I can see, in other words, there's something keeping it from flopping over right here. And it's part of his, I guess you could say like a collarbone or something right behind the gills. Well, see, you can get in there and make sure it's cut a little bit better, but I'm just cutting through meat. Okay. But yeah, I like to break that collarbone or cut through it with a good sharp pair of shears. What that does, that opens it up where you can get it a little bit better. You can see, probably should have done an even better job, but kind of trying to do it for the camera too. So that's kind of what I got going on. Now some of it will just separate. So I'm in the throat area. Kind of wanting to do it where you can see, so I'm doing it upside down, in other words. Okay, that's the throat area. We had to cut through that collarbone to bring the skin down where it would open up. But see, now it'll open up, see? And then we'll take some of that bone out later. In other words, that gullet will be nothing but skin. And it's incorporated on the form already. But now on these fins, I'll grab them and get as close to the skin as I can. You can see there's the fin rays. Well, you got to cut through them. You know, it's got to separate. It's part of the body. So what I'll do is make sure I snip through it. Sometimes I use my finger as a guide so I don't accidentally cut through. That's possible. It's easy to do. Whoops. I think I done it a little bit right there. But it's going to be fine. Okay. See, I cut through it. Now that's the fin rays. And you'll flesh that down and then snip off the extra later after we get the meat out, or get the body out. Same thing with the tail. I want to separate this a little bit more. Okay, I get my point of my blade and I make sure I don't go through on the other side. You can see right there. Cut through all those rays, on the tail even. And get as close to I can where I made my cut. You don't want excessive rays, And I just let the bottom ride through on the lower side and snip to those rays. Okay, not too bad. There we are. Now we start separating. The lower skin, or the skin from the body. So it's coming off. You just keep going like that. Now open that up down there. I can open it up here a little bit too. Get my X-Acto knife. Cut just below that first connecting gill ray that goes to the body. You can see kind of what I got going on. I hope you can. Now I got the lower end and here's the upper end. Go right up against these fin rays, and you don't want to go through. Okay. Same thing with these upper rays on this side. You want to kind of, probably better to get to it from the rear. So I get, here again, I try to get up under without going through on the other side, you know. And I'm not. You just cut through all those fin rays. Those rays are connected to the body, to the spine and all that, so they've got to be undone. Or I don't know about the spine, but they're connected to the body, you know. And we're taking the body out, so even right up the top here. Don't want to go through the other side and mess everything up. Now, a lot of times, I'll just hit it from an angle. I know when I'm kind of freeing stuff up, I'll go on from this way, same way from the other way, same way from the top, same way from the bottom. I guess that's the best way to explain it, really, is I'm kind of hitting it from different angles. But you got to get the body out first before you do that. So, and I got borax, plenty of borax to help me out. Plenty of borax. Now, a lot of people probably go ahead and cut through the throat, which you can. Get that out of the way so it's one less thing connected. And I don't want to cut through the other side, so I'll be a little cautious. And kind of leave that for now. Yeah, I guess for your, getting a fish ready to eat, you might could do it about like this too. Bones and all. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of grabbing the fish now. Kind of wanting to go ahead and, get him. Get his body ready. There's a spinal cord up there. I may go ahead and cut it. Not all the way up, but like on your rockfish, I'll use bolt cutters. But like on a bass or something, I don't think I have to use that. Well, he's being cantankerous though. There it goes. I got in between a disc, I guess you could say. And then we'll get it better later. But now we just work on getting the body out. You can even hold the fish upright, however you got to get to it. Use your leverage. Okay, all this is done. Now, I'm kind of giving you an idea. I'm doing it like this so you can kind of see what's involved and what we're really doing, which is just taking the body out. The only thing holding it right now is the skin. And then we got to clean up and take out extra spinal cord, extra brain matter, Stuff like that will come later. But you can even hold the fish, go up on the side, like so forth. Not the best way to do it there, but okay. Even right down here at the base of the fins, there's some stuff that can be snipped through. It's right there at the base of the fins, there's bone. And they're connected. Both of these pelvic fins are, they got like a little bit of bone between them that you'll snip off. And you can go ahead and get those now, like if you desire. Okay. And don't do anything that you're going to risk putting a hole in on the other side, of course, by any means. Don't want to do that. There's also a fin juncture that you come up to that you've got to cut out. The one we cut on this side, the other side has that too. See? There's rib cage bones that you got to get over. And been a while since I skinned a fish out, but it's still, I have a little bit of memory with my routine to do it. But it has been a while though. Okay, it's still connected pretty good. I'm kind of grabbing. Sometimes that helps. You know, he's a little freezer burnt. This isn't quite like how I wanted him, but hey, he's coming out. There's the body. Ditch the body. You got all this to work with, and then what you'll have left, you'll have the throat and some of the spinal cord that I didn't get. Now I come in, unless you want to flesh some on him or something, but I'll tend to go in right, I guess right there where the brain pan is, right below. I'll put an incision on the sides. Let's see. Yep, cutting around. cut through some cartilage on the spine. And then I like to just twist, get that stuff out of there. Okay, now that we got the body out, remember we separated all the bones that were connecting to the body, even the tail bones, the fin rays, all the fin rays, we had to cut through them. Now we've got a bunch of meat that's got to come out. So I get my borax. I like to get everything good and kind of dry. You can use like a damp paper towel too to kind of get some of the wetness out. And then I go ahead and put enough on there to get everything kind of good like how I want it. But now, well, since I'm in the area, right here's the throat. Remember we cut that meat out of the gullet. I'll get that more later. But so I can already get to the skin. Just the skin. And up under there too. I'll show you that in a minute. That bone will peel off a little bit. Now I'll take this down as far as I can. Start cutting through all that junk. This is the fin juncture for the back. This is where we cut that fin. There's a lot of meat right in there. I get off what I can. There's some bone on there that we got to snip off. But see, a lot of this will just come off with a good raking motion. But you got bone and cartilage where the fins were connected to the body. You got to watch out for those. Definitely. Fin juncture again. A lot of people will cut all that bone off because it's on the back anyway. They don't worry about trying to flesh all this, in other words. But a lot of times you can peel the skin a little bit and get down as far as you can before you have to start cutting stuff. Now this is on the back. A lot of people cut all that off, which I like to do it too. It's just all bone. Now it's just fresh meat. Turn the fish where you can get at him real good and start raking down and getting all that meat off. That's what I do. See how it's just coming off. It's a little bit dried from being in the freezer so long. I guess freezer burn's the right word. But you can see the skin, the meat's coming off. It's coming off nicely. This is the anus. So naturally there's a hole right there. Well, you get the idea. And I'm staying away from the rays on purpose. I'll get them later. That's what I'm getting at. So I just get all this stuff that comes off real easy, that has to come off. I'll go ahead and get it off. This is what you want. You want the skin, and you can come back and even get it a little bit better a little bit later. And basically we're just doing what we do on everything. We take the skin off, flesh it real good, and put the fake body back where the real body was at. So that's basically what we're doing. Get real good in here. Here's the anus. Other side of the anus. Yeah, I usually get good enough with this, but they got other tools to help you out if you need them. Got something like a little bit like a small rake or something that rakes the meat off, and that works pretty good too. But you can get by just fine with just this. So I'm getting all the meat off, and this is the side that's going to be showing. So that's how we do that. But I'll get back with you when I do something a little bit different. Well, it's kind of hard to see, but some of the rib cage from the other side is still on there, and run my knife there and get up as much as possible. Snip as close to the body as I can. All that comes out. So you got some of this still holding. This is, we could flesh around that a little bit better. But this is, these are problem areas. I'm going to go ahead and show them to you. Okay, like right here. Okay. Okay. Okay, the tail. We can get the tail a little bit better. What I do is I run right up to the tail. And even get under there a little bit. Excuse me. I get up under there. All this will come up. Well, I got other tools too. I got stuff like hemostats, for instance. You know, I got stuff there that should pull up. that skin out good on that side. That's good. I'll get that later. We're have to trim the rays down and get more of the bone off. It's the way I do it. Right here at the fin juncture, that's these two fins here. They still got a bone between them that's connected, but we'll worry about that later. Remember, all this meat can come up, except for what's in between around those fin junctures there. So all this has got to come up. The problem area, kind of. That's kind of a problem area. Not really. But you just got to be careful with your serrated edge is what I'm getting at. And I probably can't get no further there right now without ending up putting a hole or something. Okay, you cut through that bone. Now this, we can bring this down more. A lot of times I do this. I just push. But you gotta be careful because you can break that membrane. But you get what I'm talking about. This is right there in the throat latch area. I guess that's the right word. Right there where the throat meets the bottom of the gullet. There's a bone here that's on the original fish. And you can see where I'm just pushing down to get as far as I can down. That's pretty good. Before I cut all that off. What I'm doing is right there at the gullet. You can see it right here. Right there at the gullet. All this skin is separating all the way down. I haven't made a hole yet, which is good. Okay. I took it down about as far as I can go. And then I'll make my incision without going through the... So that's bone. And now when I put my form in, see all that inside right there will wrap right around. It's the gullet area. And I try to get all that meat off. Don't want to rip nothing. But yeah, you can work your way in or work your way out. Let's see. It works good working my way in. Okay. The meat itself will kind of peel off too, looks like. And we got pretty darn good. I may be able to even go down a little bit further. But the main thing is that gullet area, you want it empty. If you have to pull some stuff out, that's the way it goes. Actually, that's exactly what I had to do. This is the bottom of the throat. I guess is the right word. Bottom of the throat, and all this stuff will bottom of his throat. There's the bottom of his throat right here, see? There's where I cut through his throat. There's his gill rays. all that's been cleaned out. It's just the bottom of his throat, see. I left a little bit in there. You can see I got pretty good as far as getting all the way down to the very end. Now, I need to, a little bit of meat there can come off. You can see it. See that? Real thin skin, but I haven't put a hole. See all that? Now here's some bone from the, it's the pelvic fin on the other side. And see, I can even kind of do pretty good as far as, you know, maybe a little bit, but all that bone's got to come off. You're going to have to cut through it, but you can separate a little bit of it. Let's see what we got here. Sometimes the best thing to do is start cutting through it, and as far as the bone. Okay, see what we got here. Yeah, bone here. This could be taken down a little bit, not far. Just a little bit. Let's see. About as far as I'm taking it. There we are. That's the fin juncture. All this is pretty well taken out. Just a little bit of meat here. Yeah, can even be cut out. Good pair of shears or scissors even. Get that stuff off. Look at that. Just a gullet. This fin juncture. Trim as good as I can. But it's kind of the halfway point, and usually don't do too good as far as, let's see. There we are. Collarbone, we leave the collarbone. Definitely leave the collarbone. But all this that we can get off, I'll get it off. This is the fin. I'm talking about the pectoral fin. You can see it. A little bit of meat in there. Definitely want to leave that fin on there though, of course. But you can probably get quite a bit of meat off of him. Looks pretty good. In other words, all this muscle under this fin, you can get a lot of it. I try to get a lot of it. Use whatever you cat to, hemos and stuff like that. Scissors. Whatever you gotta do to get him. And get him like you want him. Okay. Now we're getting all that stuff in there. Well, let's go ahead and get this too. This is the pelvic fins. You can get so far down with that stuff. A lot of times I'll slip right down the middle of it. It'll separate the two fins and gives you a better idea of what you're got to do. Okay, there's that. They're separated. You can hold the fin as close to the base as you want. And you don't want to cut through, so you can, but you can do that. Grab the other fin base, like that. Remember, I cut through it already. Usually you can't do much past separating the bone, I've found out, so do the best you can. You can get pretty good though. In other words, obviously the game is not to put a hole there, but I do it a lot. So that looks pretty good though. Yeah, don't want to get no lower than that. Okay. Well, that's the collarbone. Right here, that's the collarbone. So mainly I will worry about getting this stuff next, like all this up in here. I may want to take some of this out now. You know, everybody does things different. You may want to go ahead and get the cheeks next. It's up to you. A lot of times I just get this body. See all that stuff coming out. Well, her hemostats can help. Coming out pretty good. Just try to make sure that you don't have like big chunks of meat in there. I guess that raking thing would come in handy right now, but it's still not a necessity. Okay. Right here we got more junk on the inside. All this has got to be done just like up here. I may do it from this end. It's whatever works out good for you. Yeah, right here. Now what I'm going to do is start on the other side of those rays. We'll get the rays last. Like, as far as fleshing them. Basically, you take all the meat off the rays. And that's how I deal with that. Kind of doing it to show you what's going on. I try to rake down, like, you know, the way the scales are laying. I try to rake downwards the way they're laying, if at all possible. But just separating the meat and the skin, and you can see it. I don't know about yet, but you will see it. Yeah. And I go down a little bit more. But you're seeing how that's coming down. Get the idea. See, I stayed away from the fin rays. There's meat that's got to come off on both sides of those rays, but we're not worrying about that right now. We're just getting the main body parts of the meat, fleshing the skin off. So all that came from here. See how I'm running it down real good. There we are. All this stuff can come out. Ready. Okay, now right here along the fin rays, this just happens to be the anal fin. It's one you can see real good. But see, we also got to do the spiny dorsal and soft dorsal the same way. You see the fin rays? Well, I don't know if you can see it, but there's fat, not fat, meat that goes right up against the rays. Well, that's how we clean them up. We get our little meat flesher thing and go right up against it. Up here at the anal, there's some stuff going on here. I need to use a pair of scissors on that. But even on this downside, I can turn the fish over if you need be. But now I can take meat and all, and grab my fin ray right here at the base, kind of have a little control over how deep you go, and I cut through meat and ray and everything. And I try to get as close as I can without going through, which is, I go through more often than I need to, I've noticed. But okay, see how I got real close with the rays? Got to do a little bit more straightening up on this side. A little bit more right there. A little bit more right here. But you get the idea. Rays. Try to get all that stuff off. Now you've got fin rays. A little bit of junk right there that needs to come off. But they're completely fleshed out. And you may want to replace that with a little bit of clay later. A lot of times I do that, especially if I carve a fish body. A lot of times I don't do real good on the rebuilding places up where, in other words, you can make it anatomically correct by putting a little bit of clay in there. You know, if it's missing on the body, which happens sometimes. Okay, we got that. That. We did these pretty good already. Just trim them up nicely. Get any excess stuff that's going to interfere with the mount, get it off. Now we got this big long one to do. I may go ahead and start here at the back. You know, sometimes I think I actually I may decide to go ahead from the front for a ways. Good idea to hold them if you can. Kind of grab them, get down at the base. Wow, that looks pretty good. I actually forgot to go in with my little fleshing utensil first. Work your way towards the fin rays, you know, where they've been cut. You can see it, little layers of meat right there on both sides. Now, you want to get that up. Kind of want to do it where you can see it. But you get the idea. Okay, you can see where I brought them up. Now you grab those fin rays. It does bring them up a little bit. Try not to put holes, but occasionally I do. It's easily fixed, you know, when you're repairing stuff later. Of course, if you don't do it, you don't have to repair it later. So, something to think about. I think you see the idea. It's not a bad idea to get all that off there. And work that way up so far, and then you get to the head, and then you're kind of in the good as far as having to do this. It's starting to smooth out a little bit the further up you go. Now you're all cartilage. But you get the idea. Work a little bit more on this right here. Okay, now we're going to worry about the inside here. I'll go up about as far as I can go, I guess. You know, within reason. I'm going up somewhere right in there. I cut once there, cut on that side, and then do the same thing on this side. Go up underneath. Cut through the brain pan, get all that junk. Just working on getting the meat out. And you may or may not have a kind of a process going, is what I'm getting at, I guess. Yeah. That's what you got. That's where the top of the form will poke in. The point of the top of the form will work its way down in there. So it's your job to get all this out with your little utensil. Whatever else you got on hand. Even needle nose pliers come in handy. You got these bones, you want all these bones to stay in on the other side also. So you have to work around those critters, get them out, you know. Okay. See how good and open it's getting. See how we're opening up? You just keep working. You get to the brain pan, and I may want to use some needle nose pliers for that, if I got any. I mean, I got them, I gotta find them. But you get the idea. All this, just get all this out. Okay, a little bit of meat to get off in the head still. You can see it right here. And basically, you know, from the other direction, of course, but see it coming off. All that meat comes off. Now there's one more thing I like to do as far as getting the brain pan. Yeah, it's basically just a piece of bone I think it's kind of like the piece of bone between the eyes that you'll see. But basically is a little bit of spinal cord still in there. But I twisted and crunched, and even without knowing exactly what I'm grabbing, I know I'm getting out what's got to come out, if that makes any sense. And coming out. Twisting motion works the best. You get the rest of the remaining spinal cord out that way. The brain pan, all that stuff just comes right out. A pair of needle nose sometimes helps out real good with this. You can hear the crunching sound. Keep working on that until it's nice and good in there. Okay, still a little bit of the fin ray thing going on there, getting some of that off. Getting all kinds of wild stuff out of there. It's all the meat in the head. You got to get it out. All that meat, yeah, that's shrinkage. If you don't get it out, it shrinks. Yeah, you definitely want to try to get it out if it'll come out. That's the brain pan in there, all that. Now, I try to leave a little bit, the cartilage between the eyes. I'll tend to leave that. That kind of like structure, above the eyes and all that. I'll leave that. But the brain pan and all that, it's coming out. And you hear me twisting and pulling and getting that stuff out. Yeah, it's got to come out, That's just all there is to it. Come right in there, yeah. That's pretty much it right there. A little bit of a freezer burn issue right there. And you're going to put a lot of clay, build back some of his upper head here. When you're mounting, and yeah, I tend to do that. I have plenty of borax on hand, to do what you got to do. Get those pieces of bone fragment out of there that's got to come off. Basically, you're going to have an empty spot where the top of your forms are going to go with a little bit of clay on it. It'll go right in there. You see, I went all the way up in here. This is all, that's my finger. He's empty right there. Now, we got to work on the eyes. What I like to do for the eyes, go around right the back of the eye and go all the way around. Just like I do on ducks and anything else that I'm going to put fake eyes in, you know, that. Well, you get back behind the eye. Pull the eye out. Now what I like to do is basically we want our cheeks to be filled out. So what we got to do, we got to take the meat out of the cheeks. So I go like into the cheek area from, you know, the eye, where the eye orbit is. I'll try to get a better explanation here. Basically what we're doing, we are going in right under the skin and cutting around. This is the cheek area. Then we may even go like that and go around on the bottom side. That's just to help it out. And you got to do both sides this way. This isn't even the show side. But I get this, I go all the way down and dig that meat loose. Then if I can, I'll flip it. Go all the way up here. I don't know. I may have done it. I don't know. The main thing is you get the meat out. I took out some out of there. Sometimes I get a little borax and throw in there and try to get it out that way, but hemostats again. Whoops, where'd they go? Okay, go in here. Try pulling that meat out. This is the best way I know how. Basically, all that meat in the cheek, you need to get it out. And then you can run your finger in there and feel for it even if you have to. But I'll see how it's arched up. I'll get what's up on top. And I also can push down and get what's on the bottom. And clean the cheek out pretty good that way. Now I know like on walleyes, people will cut this cheek meat out and save it. So, and there's some other fish species they do that with. But I just get in there and try to get that stuff out. Especially right down there in that bottom area right there. So I pulled out a bunch right there. Now this will help too, is I'll get a bunch of borax and pour down in there. And I'll even kind of feel to make sure it's down in there. And push it down in there if I got to a little bit. Get it down in there to kind of, now I can grab that meat and pull it out a lot better because the borax is on it. Get around the eyes. I didn't necessarily get a big chunk, but I did get a lot of little pieces out. Yeah. In other words, I got it out however I could get it out. Now reach in there and feel. Seems pretty good. May go in there a little bit longer and more thorough. Now you do the other eye the same way. You just want to make sure that cheek all the way to the bottom. You want to grab that meat and pull it out. Still grabbing a little bit down in there. You know, we just want to feel the cheek out. We're not going to overdo it. You know, have a frog looking fish or anything, but we will. And you do the other side the same way. And that's the show side. It's going to be a right turn. I just go in with my blade behind the eye. Or as good as you can get it, you know. Basically, you want to be able to get under the eye and pull it out. There we go. Here again, there's always like a little water in there. Go in there with some borax. And here again, get my, well, cut some of that off. Okay, here again we go in with our X-Acto knife. There's a little bone there that you can't really get past, so you got to be on the right side of it. You get just up under the skin. Start running that blade up through there. You get right in there. Just under the skin. And I like to come back through on the other side. Now if you can, get back in there as far as you can with it. It helps. Helps get a little borax down in there. It's just Mule Team borax that you buy at the store. Nothing special. Get a little borax down in there, makes grabbing it a lot easier. And you just start pulling it out. You pull it out to the point where you know it's good and clean. Nothing looks worse than a fish with no cheeks. I've seen it. Where maybe the taxidermist forgot or didn't care or both. And it don't look good. Slow process, but you gotta do it to get the job done. Try not to leave none that's not taken out. That don't help. There's a big chunk right there. You might want to roll this in there and rake out a little bit and rake some of that meat off that may be sticking. Feel free to go back in there with a little bit more borax. Keep going with it. all those chunks of meat out. Sometimes it seems like I'm pulling a little bit of the meat off the skin from inside. I'm doing that. And I'm also getting it off, like there's a bone back there. I'm getting it off of that. All the way down to the end. Now get ready to put it in some water. You know, you reach in there and feel, make sure there's no meat in there. And we put it in a solution of borax and water. Okay, just got some water. And I want to saturate the water with borax. And the way I do that is just get some Mule-Team borax from the laundry detergent section. And I'll mix it. And you know, I usually use a round one, to be honest with you. And I'll let the circle spiraling motion kind of dissolve the borax. And when it's saturated to full capacity, then borax starts building on the bottom. So it's usually a round bucket, but hey, this is all I had for the time being, so it'll work. You know what I mean? So I just saturate it and just keep doing this for a little while. Just keep spinning it. And when it's done saturating, it'll build up in the bottom. Then what you do, you get your fish. I like to put him in and make sure there's no air bubbles in him. When I put him in, that means in the head and everything. I like to just make sure there's no air bubbles. Make sure it's completely submerged. Yep, and no air bubbles. Definitely no air bubbles. And then even pushing in on the cheeks, make sure there's no bubbles there. Then what I'll do, let him sit a minimum of 14 hours, but as long as 2 or 3 days. Make sure that borax saturates real good. And I just keep it in a cool spot, like in the house or something, or in your building, you know, around a air conditioner or something. I don't care. It's what you do. Let him saturate, soak in this borax solution for 2 or 3 days, 14 hours minimum. He'll be in fine shape. Okay, what I got here is, well, I was going to carve a body. Having a hard time ordering stuff right now anyway. So I got this. This is the right size, but the wrong turn for what I need. So I'm going to just trace it out. I have to do a little bit of pre-fitting, you know. But we already got that. We also got the curve that we want. So here I'm going to trace it out again. Try to estimate and get it as close as you can to what it needs to be. Now I've got to deal with the thickness of the marker. It's going to be a little bit, going to throw you off a little bit, so we got that to think about. And so there you go. This is what we got right here. Now I can return this and get my money back out of it. And cut them out. A lot of people like using like rice paper and stuff, but I get it done with just using the regular cardboard, you know. So, and a lot of times when I'm wheeling down and checking him for sights, he's usually always bigger than he needs to be when I'm test fitting him. He's bigger, and then I'm kind of working my way down. Wheeling my way down is the right word. When I'm carving the body. I'm shaving down, not whittling, but shaving. But I'm fixing to show you that right now. I know I've got one on there where I did a trout, but it had an incision in the belly. This is one that's just going to have an incision on the side that is going up against the wall. So that's pretty much that. Did the same thing on this side. Now they got some good rafts that you can buy. I don't have the best one. I got one that works and gets the job done, but it's not necessarily the best one. So keep that in mind too. Some use a real long one. I choose a short one. It gets the job done, but not necessarily the best one. Then I've also got sandpaper and some sanding blocks that come in real handy. So definitely got things to use there. There's actually a little bit of flashing that was on, so I'm sure that's plenty right there. It's a right turn. So basically, we're going to want it like this. Then we want the curve to be like this. Follow my drift. So this is our template for our body that we're going to carve. And you can carve fins with this cardboard real good. And I'll save that and use that later. Carving fins, or heck, maybe even carving another fish body. You never know. Got a piece of foam block. You get them out of the taxidermy supply company. And probably put one there. I mean, not probably, I will, of course. And I'll put one here. marker and trace it out again. This time on the foam itself. Through here. Okay. I'll go ahead and cut that piece out. There we go. I've still got my outline where I traced it with my marker. Okay. This one's got teeth that may bite a little bit better. Oh God, a lot better. Try to go straight down with it, so it's a better mount that way. It's pretty much the length. Then I'll grab, that's going to be a right turn. It needs to be like that. Okay. So that way it'll be turned out like this. Okay. Maybe put a couple more pins back in him. You can do it. I do it all the time. Trace it out again. This time this way. Pop these back out. Now I'll start cutting with a rough edge again. I want to make sure I stay along this curve. This is one of your dimensions, you know. I don't want to make any bad tears, that's for sure, because, or bad breaks, because it'll get where the carved body is being carved at, so we don't want to do that if we can keep from it, you know what I mean? So that's kind of what I've got going on there. Have a little control if I can. And it's coming along. So far so good, no funky breaks, you know. Here's what we got so far. Looks real rugged right now, but it'll look a lot better here after a while. Now we're going to start shaving him down, making him look good. This can get kind of messy. So make sure you're able to sweep it or vacuum it up or whatever you got to do. I'm going to take a lot of this off. Actually, I can cut a lot of this off still yet, but this tends to help me a lot. I'll put like one mark that goes straight down the middle. I mean, as middle as I can get it. Of course, there's the side mark still. I'll put it straight down the middle. You know, where your spiny dorsal and all that would go. And then for help, I'll even put another mark down the middle on both sides of that middle mark. And these are gradient lines that I'm drawing in. They tend to help me focus a little better on straight down the middle between these two lines. Get another one. You know, when you're shaving, it helps me from getting as lopsided, I guess is the right word. And we're going to have to do a lot of trial fittings. This is the start. Basically, I'll 45-degree angle that one and come up to this next mark and shave off 45-degree angle. This first one, you know, definitely 45-degree angle. Let's shave off 45 degrees. Kind of an organized, tedious approach, but it's always aided me in the past. This foam is good for duck bodies and definitely fish bodies, and there's other uses out there too, you know. 45-degree angle. And I got the templates because I most assuredly will end up retracing that back out on the fish several times. And like I said, it's a tedious approach, but it works. Okay. Now I can even take some of this off, 45-degree angle it again a little bit. All this got to come off anyway. Be pretty spot on with this stuff. It's been a while. It's like with anything, you know, if you don't do it every day, you can lose out on practice a little bit. Degree angle this other mark. Essentially what you're wanting to do is you're wanting to have a uniform roundness at the top and at the belly. So we may do the belly next. But it's a long way from being done. A long way. So just for practice sakes. Okay, here's the belly. Start at the middle of what we cut. Go straight down the middle. All the way to the end. All you need here is the ability to, within reason, find the middle mark. That's easily done. Most of us can do that. We got one. This just aids in the shaving, I guess is the right word. It's exactly what it is, shaving. So I automatically know I've got to cut some off. Probably easier to go at like a, just kind of estimate a 45-degree angle. This is the belly. You tend to want like a an oval shape. Well, about like this. Y'all can make this out. This is from the front. Like here's the back. Here's the back. And as you get towards the belly, see how it's a little bit thicker in the belly? There's the belly, there's the back. This is looking at it from the front. That's kind of the shape you're going for. Not perfectly round by any means. So here I get my knife at my 45-degree angle. Or your little cutter, whatever you use. This is actually a little too flimsy. It wasn't a good idea. See? Like I said, there's a lot better tools out there that you can order. Better shaving tools. It's just what I use to get me by. And so that's... Got a 45-degree angle that. You do the other side the same way. Get like a 45-degree angle. Cut your sides off. Just estimate 45 degrees, which is half of 90, so. Take down your side, 45-degree angle again. It's got to be straight down anyway. This is the belly. You probably should already have a belly and a back kind of in your mind a little bit. Now for impurities, I'm gonna mount it using silicone, kind of like a hide paste. What that silicone does, it's gonna freeze everything like it is, because it don't shrink, and especially good for bass, because they got big scales and stuff. Trout's a little bit harder, but I've got a video on here where I even used it on a trout. It's pretty good results. I mean, definitely had to do my repair work and, you know, put a good paint job on it, of course. But you can see it's turning into a body, slowly but surely. Shop vacs come in real handy for this. Now after you get it down where you think you're relatively close, then you start doing the trial fitting. But we're not even at that point yet, so. Okay, as you can see, it's going to be a right turn. See, you even got to trace it out again, really, because look how off it is. And boy, is it off. But that's how you know everything is coming out good. Stick a pin back in it. On the other end, get your marker. Yeah, there's nothing that says you just got to use these things once and then you're done with it. I'll retrace the pattern out and then work my way down. Work my way down a little bit more. Look at that. That's my right turn again. And look how much I've got to take off. Still got a lot to take off. A lot better than it was. A lot better than it was. If I get as close as I can and cut off what I can to make my life a little easier with shaving, so. Just be careful, because a lot of times this foam wants to crack and break away, and it follows its own rules sometimes, so be careful. You know, you want to mess up your fish body, is what I'm getting at. Now, if it was a, if I had the original body, I'd already know where the fins connect and everything. And that would have reflected on the, on how I'm shaving him. But I don't, so that's going to help with that. For this side, all this is going to come off. ever so closely here inside the throat area. This comes off real easy. Oh, also, since I've got that other bass body, you can also use that as a template. Kind of help you. Then I put in my gradient lines again, just to help. And I know this is the top because it's a right turn and it's curved the right way. And then I'll go, I need to make my next gradient line right down the middle. Okay, then I'll separate this even space on both sides. And that's how I come up with the next gradient line. Plus you'll be doing a lot of trial fitting. I just want to get closer to the ballpark before I start doing all the trial fitting, if you know what I mean. But you get the idea. Yeah. Do the belly too now if you want to. Okay. Right down the middle. Right down the middle for as good as you can see. There we are. And then you put one right here. This controls how much you shave off at one time, is the right word. So I'll take that there, go right down the middle on this side. Now even what's here, I'm kind of counting this too. Okay, so it's about in the middle. That's in the middle. That's in the middle. That helps. I already know ahead of time that this is, that's the belly. Here's the back. So I can 45-degree angle it again. Wait. Yeah. We're taking off about, 45-degree angles worth of material. This is the back. Well, I'm gonna waste a lot of film. Let's see. See, I just keep putting the gradient lines in, and I keep doing it over and over and over again. Well, as I keep doing this and then shaving down, I'll let you go for a little while. 45-degree angle that. Basically, you're cutting, you're rounding it off a little bit too. You're, the tops and bottoms from. Mm-hmm. 45-degree angle. It's important that you see this, I know that. See, when you whittle down, or shave down, I mean, you control how much you take off at one time this way. The silicone's going to fill in any bad spots where we were less than perfect. Notice when I'm shaving and cutting. In both processes, cutting is for faster stuff when you're farther away from your goal, but shaving when you get closer and you start pre-fitting. I'm shaving and cutting at about 45-degree angles from my marks. Like if I got a mark down the middle, I'm hacking off 45-degree angles. That's what I use the mark for. So I shave and hack, shave and cut in 45-degree angles. Kind of gives me control on how much I'm taking off at one time. Yeah, and most often than not, I make sure that I can always see the center line, because that's my reference for my next gradient lines. And I keep shaving down, and I keep that center line where I can kind of see it. And I've noticed that's how I tend to do it. This center line, when this disappears, is usually when I like retrace it, you know, for the right turn that he is. Yeah, right turn, yikes. I'm not gonna make that mistake. Okay, he's a right turn. And when I retrace it, so I'm still getting it down a little bit more. In other words, I'll put another line here, then I'll use my knife and cut next to that line, and I will have new top lines to draw in with my marker. And that's how I operate. That's how I do it. It just seems like I get a little more accurate. Okay, now I've noticed for like this inside bend right there, this is not doing the job too good, because it's taking off corners and edges a little bit, as you can tell by looking. I'll get these sanding blocks, or just regular sandpaper works good. And this foam is so carvable and shavable, then you can create your inner bend and make it look nice and smooth. Just by using these. You can go like this and get a longer bite. That's probably a little bit closer when you get done. You're getting closer to being done. You can really smoothen out that body. And then you're going to put silicone on it too, which is going to help. So between those two things, you're going to have a smooth, good looking mount. And some people, that's all they do is carve all their fish bodies. And it's good to have that kind of, ability to do that. You're saving all kinds of money. You're not ordering bodies. But just like with the duck bodies, I really like that anatomy from a commercial body. But if you got to mount something like a carp or a gar, and they don't have a form really available, this is an option. You can even glue pieces together and then shave them. I've had to do that. Whatever you got to do to get your mount done right and get paid good for what you're doing. You're definitely not doing it for free, that's for sure. But some guys, that's all they do is carve their own fish bodies and never pay a red cent for a fish body. It's just not the way they were taught, and seen it time and time again. Not much here lately. A lot of taxidermists, they don't mount a lot of fish. They will go the option of getting a commercial body. It makes the fish look real good. Trying to put my marks in again, or trace my up and down with the tail. Remember that one went there. Bend. Oh, that bend is looking good. I think I'm going to opt to take it off the back, because I got a big gap right there. That's what happens when you break foam off instead of shaving it off. You can run into like little gaps and stuff that you have to end up working out. Oops. See. I try to get it as 90 degrees as possible with my marker. I know it's not possible because you got thickness of the marker to contend with, and you're rubbing it as close as you can to your tracing. So I know that's not easy. That is not easy. But these tracing marks get more essential as you whittle him down. I don't really try to be, shaving him down. It's just it comes out that way that I have to keep retracing him. And as a result, that's how I've been doing it for years, And it works out good. Because I've already got my curve for the most part. So, now here again, I'm going to 90 degree-ish everything. And what I mean, this is going to be 90 degrees. What it is I'm going to cut flat across, I'm going to eyeball it and try to get it 90 degree angle all the way down. So what I'll do is, I want a 90 degree angle here, if at all possible. And I try to use my eyes. Mother Nature gave us a gift to line things up pretty good. And I take advantage of that. The leveling system that Mother Nature gave us, to level things. I'll use it like to level a deer head. Sometimes I can get as good as a float just by using my eye and being on a flat surface like in a building or something. But it's the same thing here. You're using a little bit of your instinct for levelness to do this 90 degree straight across the top. Sometimes I fail. It's a little bit off right there, I could tell. But you get what I'm saying, yeah. You just use your instincts a little bit, and it helps. 90 degrees off the top. Cut out that tracing mark. I don't want to get too carried away, but that looks pretty good for 90 degree up top. And I'm using this as a reference. I'm already pretty close right there. I'll do the same thing to the bottom. Just kind of eyeball it, use my instincts, and 90 degree that sucker straight across if possible. I hold the form straight. It saves us from having to shave, and it's just my process, I guess is the right word. $90 that's side mark so we can stay within. Yeah, your greatest nemesis is making sure that foam don't break off where you don't want it to break off. Oh, look at that. That's going to look good. This is the belly. And I got a little bit right there. You can see that line. I'll get right on that line and try to 90 degree it and cut it off. Looking pretty good. $90. There we are. Now see how we're much closer? Now guess what? Now we put our gradient lines in. I put one right across the middle of the body. I don't pay attention to the line I cut. I try to pay more attention to the middle of the body because we're getting closer. And I go right down the middle of the top. And you have to look at it from the top to get that accurate. Basically the even amount of space on both sides that you're marking your line, and that's your middle point. There's my top one. You do the same thing to the bottom. Now this is the middle of the body. So I pay more attention to the middle of the body than I do this line has no more relevance for me. I'm going down the middle of the body and centering it all the way down. That's if you want to do it this way. I like to be uniform in stuff that I do. Okay, got that. Now I just got my gradient lines that separate. Ooh. Okay, let's see. That's the middle. Okay, middle. Middle. And then you concentrate on uniformity and smoothness when you get down to the nitty gritty, I guess is the right word. Okay, right here, right down the middle. Right down the middle. Right down the middle. Right down the middle. Okay, you got that one. That's pretty good. Do the same thing on this side. Use the thickness of your body as your reference for your middle line. I've got my middle line already, but now from the middle over this way, I'll center another line. And it helps me control what I'm shaving off, because it's yeah, that's it in a nutshell. The lines help me take off not too much at one time. Start in the middle, right down the middle, all the way to, yeah, there we are. Now we go to the other side and do the same thing. There's a line right there, going like from there, yeah. That's pretty good. Now guess what? We start the whole shaving concept again. You may want to put more lines in there. They're just as a guide. I'm going to work on the belly. The belly definitely needs it. Here I 45-degree angle it. Because while eyeballing, I'm just eyeballing, but 45-degree angling my shave angle, and that line right there is going to be completely gone. It's going to be 45 up to this line that still shows, and then I can put a little bit more of an angle, maybe less than 45, to get to the next angle, if that makes any sense. And you can see that kind of helps. These are real good for smoothing the form. It'll be a nice looking, relatively nice looking, let's put it that way. So that's kind of going. Same thing with the other side. Take off maybe 45-degree. Just kind of use what works good for you, you know. It's guidance for me. It's like tracing out what I'm going to go, my path before me or something. And that's happened to be a pretty good size fish too. Yeah, now a lot of guys, if you live close to a lake or something, got a good fish population. I know some of the taxidermists, it is economical from the carbon bodies. I've seen that time and time again. I'll go ahead and shave this outer line just about off. That's already pretty well got. Okay. Right through this inside corner, this real all the while, I do know that the belly needs to be a lot thinner in the back. Obviously, you can already tell I'm kind of angling towards that kind of thing, or aiming towards it. Right, better word. You can see how it's kind of coming into place. Do the same up top here. Plus the lines show you what you haven't shaved and what you have shaved. You know, like if you concentration gets busted for some reason, or you move to another part of the body or something, you know exactly what you gotta take off and not take off. Degree angle it, and watch that disappear. But you get the idea. And even after doing this, you may have to, after you pre-fit it, you'll find out you might have to make the tail shorter or thinner, or, you know, whatever you gotta do. You can get better shaving tools, which will aid you in speed. You know, better ones than this, even. But you get the process, and we'll get down to where we're starting to pre-fit, and I'll get back with you. Okay, right here in the, kind of like the throat area, it's still real thick right here. So I will narrow this down. Here's where the collarbone and all that is. I still got my center line even, so I can mirror some of that on both sides. Trying to make sure everything's kind of centered good, you know. Pretty close, actually. You know, at least start to trial fit. Pretty close. Trying to see what he looks like from the front. Here's where the head's going to latch. There's the bottom jaw where it's going to latch. Pretty smooth looking for the most part. Got a good amount of curve. I like the curvature. Straighten up this tail back here. Tail is definitely too thick. I mean, it's thick where it needs to be thin right there on the end. So wideness may be perfect, but everything else a little bit thick. Yeah, we're going to put a piece of wood right here too. Just want to make sure he fits first. And we're going to glue a piece of wood, a little piece of plywood, something to screws to stick through, so you can hang him on a piece of driftwood or whatever you got to put him in. See, the commercial bodies already have that installed, so that's another plus for the commercial bodies. You know, they have that stuff already. So that helps. Pretty good looking curvature on the tail there. I kind of like it. Alrighty, he's getting close enough where we want to give him a shot anyway, you know. That's for sure. Okay, it's got a good curvature. There's the belly. Not bad. Sweep this stuff up, and we're going to start trawl fitting a little bit. See what he looks like. Okay, like right here, I could choose not to and just put a bunch of silicone under there and smoothen him out and not worry about it. But I got a little bit of a, well, if you look real close, you can see it. There's a little bit of a gap right there where the tail bends. And I might go ahead and throw a little clay on there. I know clay is kind of like dark, and sometimes it might show a little bit. But it does lighten up quite a bit as it dries. Those chances are real good. I'm going to be putting silicone over that anyway. All over the whole body. Look at that. Perfect. Can't even tell it now. But I'll be using some, I'm sure I'll be using clay up in the brain area and around the fin junctures where the fin's attached to the body. I'm always tending to put a little bit of clay there. And on the tail right back through here. I'll end up putting some clay back there. But we'll be getting to that shortly. Well, I'm going to do a pre-fit. I'm pretty sure it's going to fit because the body, I think the body I ordered is even smaller than what I come up with here. But let's do a pre-fit. I'm sure he's going to fit. Oh yeah, more than good enough. If anything, I got to take some of the tail off for sure. Well, that's why you check them. You can pre-fit them, shave them down if you got to. So there you go. That's what I got to do. Okay. We also cut out a piece of wood for him. Just used a jigsaw for that. Let's see. I think maybe the throat may need a little bit more cut out. Like right in here. So it'll fit better. I think we're pretty good on that anyway. We got that pretty even. Did a good job on that. Tail, I'm just going to cut a little off the back for starters. There we are. Sand and smooth that down and give it another shot. Okay. Make sure he's good and narrow. Okay, up here maybe do that too. Try them again. Try them a little bit better and see what I come up with. May have been a little bit quick with him. Okay. They drain real good. They got a lot of water in them, that's for sure. Cheeks do also. Now he's supposed to go way up in there. And the jaw is supposed to come way on down. may not have fitted him real good, which, you know, you got to do that first. To make sure the lower jaw's in place, his body's in place, the upper body. Oh, he's fitting good. Then, of course, that'll line up real good. Let's see, these will scoot over. Tail is lining up real good. Probably didn't need to cut it off that much, really, to be honest with you. Yeah, that'll fit good. Oh, he's a good fit, man. He is a good fit. Okay. A little bit of borax there can come off. Okay. We'll rinse him off a little bit better and we're going with it. Rinse him off in that water a little bit. Okay. I'll show you what we do next. Okay, so we know he's going to fit. Find a place where I want to put the wood, and generally about right there. Yeah, I think right there is perfect. So I'll just make a mark here again with my marker, and you can hot glue it in or Bondo it. My hot glue gun is not very high quality. In other words, I can't shoot out enough glue at one time before the glue starts to dry and has a hard time pushing through the glue gun. So Bondo is a better option for me. Okay, right here where I trace out my pretty piece of wood, I just go in there with a knife or something and start cutting that place out. So I can put in my piece of wood, and I don't know a good way to do it necessarily without making a mess, but you get the idea. Basically, if you cut down far enough this way, then technically you should be able to go this way, and it should just pop right out. Basically, you're cutting out. It's already been separated, kind of. I'm sure there's other tools that do better than this. This ain't super neat by any means, but it gets the job done. And it goes down pretty deep if you want it to. Kind of up to you. I kind of like it close to the top so you don't have to have longer screws to, you know, to reach the wood. So it's kind of what you like, sort of. Kind of what you like. See what it looks like so far. Gotta be getting close. Let's see what we got here. You know, a little tight. Got my Dremel tool, my little sanding mechanism. Let's go to town on it. There'll be better adhesion too because you're not dealing with knives, you know, just carving and stuff like that. So should be a good fit. Well, I don't know about you, that looks pretty good to me. That's pretty good right there. It may take a little bit more out, but not much. So you just glue or Bondo it in. I'm going to Bondo. It just, it works better for me because I got a faulty glue gun. Got a little Bondo here. I'll get this what's off the lid. Put down in there. I want to be able to shoot screws through it, so I want to, you know, definitely have it on the sides here, you know where it goes in. Let's see, may add a little bit more. Of course, you may want to just use a piece of cardboard. Put it on a piece of cardboard, you know, and do it that way too. So that's more than enough right there for sure. It's going to squeeze out the sides. It's kind of what you want though. A little bit of hardener. Looks like the blue hardener seems to be what they're using right now for whatever reason. Doesn't matter to me whether it's blue or red, you know what I mean? Oops. Okay, that should be plenty. Mix it up real good. I think that's mixed up pretty good. Let's see. I think it's how I had it, was like this. Yep. Look at that. I want it to come out a little bit. That means I can fill in the gaps here real good with it. I mean, it's in good and tight. Just means it's all around sealed in real good. And that's what you want. Good tight fit. I know you might want to hold it for a second like you would a D-rear or something, you know. Kind of hold it down in there. But it's in there to stay. Once it kicks, that's all she wrote. I'll get back with you shortly. While this is kicking, I'm going to put this to the side and get the fish body itself, get it kind of ready. Plenty big enough for the form, so I can definitely put some good fin junctures on there to, or clay in the fin juncture areas to take some of the slack out, you know what I mean? Put some there. Definitely need some on the tail. Got plenty of slack in the tail, no doubt. So I'll add that up. I'll actually probably put that on the form, actually. Probably better. But, I'll let you see what's going on here. Okay, here's where it'll go on the form. You know, just like if it was a commercial body. Now, if you do a commercial body, don't forget you got to get your measurements. Usually the end of the gill to the base of the tail, then your girth. That's the two main measurements for most companies. Some want the overall length. But your main measurements usually are always from right here to the base of the tail and your girth. Just wanted to throw that in there for you. Okay. Okay, add a little bit to the tail there. Okay. Here's what we got for the base of the tail. And I usually like to put some right here in the brain pan. You can either put it inside the fish or on the end here. I'm going to opt to put a little bit on the form. That's how I used to always do it, but here lately I've been just sticking it up in the fish. But just kind of, it'll work into those areas where you've got to put it, I guess is the right word. And so I just put a little bit there. And, you know, what don't come out, it'll come out towards the eyes a little bit sometimes. You know, if you have to put more. And this is kind of what we got going on here. I got that fin juncture there. Okay. And you can even kind of do it while you're putting the form on, but if you do a lot of fish, you get a little system going, which I don't do a lot of fish. Haven't done really a lot of anything in a while, but you know, sometimes you get what you want. You know, if you fish for it, you can get it. No pun intended, but you know, me doing another job on the side, I don't really have much time to do this like I used to. But yeah, even back in the 90s I was doing a little bit, you know, so I've been doing it for a little while. Okay. Whoops. Broke it right back off. Okay, put it back on. Sometimes I'll get a little silicone and put in here. And that kind of helps with the overall, well, you can even, it helps a little bit even with the size of the fish. What I'm going to do is put that up into the brain pan. Okay. All that clay and everything is up in the brain pan. Okay, whoops. Lost some of my clay. Well, I'm going to lose it all, really, probably. Put that there for now. That's fitting pretty good with the clay on the end there. It's a success. I'll have to put that back in there. Let's see if I can get to it from underneath here. I can. So I can even hold it a little bit right there. This right here's got to stretch around. A lot of times what I'll do is I'll pump this guy full of silicone, and what it does is I can think about the silicone, it dries pretty quick. So okay, I've got my clay in there. Okay, but this takes care of impurities and stuff too. You know, you can, like if you got bad places on your form, this helps. Let's see what else we got here. I know I want to put clay right there, so put a little bit of clay right there. Let's see. That's working for that. That's working for that. It's working for that. That'll work for that. Yeah, you can really put the silicone to these guys. You know, heck yeah. Really kind of swell them up a little bit. And good thing about the silicone, see, it'll, you can push it back out. It'll come out. Okay. Okay, that's plenty. Okay. That's plenty for what I'm going to use right now. Then you've got, okay, you've got your body to contend with here. Yeah, get things like how you want them. Okay, so you can work it around. You've got plenty of room, plenty of silicone in there. And put it like that. A lot of silicone in there. Okay. Now his body's going around pretty good on this side. Let's see. Now it's got to go. It's got to go around on the other side. Okay. Okay, we got that side. Shooting a little silicone out of it. And we got this side. Ooh. And then eventually it'll straighten up, see. Okay. Okay. This is what we got on that side. Silicone dries pretty quick. That can be good or it can be bad for you. I like the way the upper part is, so I'm going to start shooting some staples. Because it looks pretty good to me. Makes a good hide paste that takes care of impurities pretty good. It does seem to help, but more on that later. Okay. So we got so far. Here's a wood piece that's going to go on. I want it to go about right there. There we are. The first thing I'm going to do is get this old head. I wind it up as high as it'll go, if I can. You know, to get the proper rising that you want, you know. I like that pretty good. Let's see. That's in pretty good. See what I can put in there. A little bit of necking material or something. It's worked before. Let's see what I can do. Oh, that works pretty good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's start pinning him up. Okay, I have no problems with the tail. I have a little bit of problem with this. Just a little. Not max. But let's see. A little clay right there. That's a bad tear right there. A bad spot for one too. Because this is what I'm wanting right here. Which I can achieve it. No doubt. Back one goes here. You're right before the last fin ray. Okay. Got some clay in there. And obviously we got some silicone down in there. We're going to have to do a little bit of work on him here and there, but basically it's just like you do with a commercial body. You do just like you do a regular commercial mount fish. Okay. Okay. Okay, not half bad for a carved body. Well, here is a commercial mounted fish on a card body, but he'll look good just like all the others. Okay, I got a commercial body. I ordered it according to my dimensions, and I marked. I kept good records. I noted the turns and everything before I ordered my forms. So, but you're going to get flashing that you want to get off of them, and a lot of people will use even like a paste on there. And a lot of times when I carve bodies, I'll use silicone and just kind of smooth it out. Silicone don't want to shrink that much, and thus the application with like bird feathers and stuff. But a lot of times I'll use pure silicone though, and have good results with it. But as you can see, just taking the flashing off, that's my main concern right now. If I decide to use paste and stuff, I make sure I got the form sanded real good and everything, just like you would any other animal, A lot of times I'll put a little clay where the fins are going to be, which show up on these forms, which is something else I like. No guesswork where the fins are supposed to go, so that's another plus. And you may have to break out the hard stuff like a rasp or something sometimes to get some of this stuff out, but you kind of get the idea. Just smoothing down all that stuff where it's where the molds come together, there's always a little bit of a gap, it seems like, and where that stuff comes out of. I may even show carving the body again. But I've got other fish I got to do that I have to carve a body for. I've got to do a carp of all things, and I opted to carve a body for that. I know some forms are compatible with other species, like some people will use a rockfish form for redfish. I guess the anatomy of the body is close enough. But usually I like to carve for stuff like gar. It's good to know how to carve a body. And I've got a couple of videos on here where I'm carving bodies anyway. So basically you'll trial fit the fish, and if he fits, you're good. If not, you're going to have to take some foam off. So that's the good thing about carving bodies, you know. You take what you need off. Okay. Make sure you take the stickers out. Now I'm going to try for a trial fit. Okay, I got some clean water, and I took my fish out of the borax solution. I've actually got several other fish with it. Now, I let him soak in the water for a while, and some of that borax, a lot of it, you know, it'll cake on the body a little bit, and a lot of it will go away when you put him in the water. But you may have a piece here or there that you still got to get out. So you just, I like to just feel around and see where there might be excessive borax or something. And once I'm satisfied he's kind of good, you can do all this in the sink, by the way. But then I'll let him drip dry for a while. And then I'll do a test fit. And if it's not good and I have to do more carving, I'll throw him back in the water. And that's the process. A lot of times now you can maybe take off stuff that you didn't get the first time around. Occasionally I have to do that. I just get some stuff off that I might have missed for whatever reason. Might have to clean the head out a little bit better. Just look at stuff, make sure it's good and clean, or clean enough, and get it off. Okay, let's see what kind of fit we got on this guy. I know his head's got to go up in here. Probably not in the camera. Let's see, I may have to back out a little bit. Okay, make sure his head is going to lodge up in there real good. I'm going to have to put some clay in there. And then this throat area here is going to go like that. Let's see. Okay, the back lines up real good. That's good. I didn't put no clay in yet in his head. But right now, he's matching up really good. Oh, he's going to be a good fit. Yeah. It's going to fit good. Yeah. He's already fitting good. Yeah. It'll be a good mount. Okay, I got a little bit of just regular potter's clay. Sometimes I'll put it on the end here and then stick it up into the head. But I know I got to fill all this up in there. Sometimes I'll put it in the head a little bit. Yeah. Do that. And then I'll show you in a bit, but sometimes I'll put clay on these, although these are pretty well pronounced already. I mean, he'll make a good mount anyway. That's what I'm getting at. And so I'll mash the head up in there for now. And a lot of times I get fish smell on me real bad because I get into my work, if you know what I mean. So I get a staple gun, start putting things in place actually. And I know I'm probably not in the picture real good, but I may put one right there. I'm kind of setting the head with the clay a little bit. That's pretty good. Staple gun is so powerful I can't hardly. There we are. Except they're strong. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here. That looks good there. I may turn him upside down. And right here at the gullet. I may want kind of rattle around on me here. Okay. Now later we'll make this stay real good, but I'll make sure that's lined up good. And for now, God. I'm going to make sure the body comes around. You don't want nothing, too bad shaped here. The feathers, not feathers, the fins. I'm going to make sure they're in place, roughly. And we'll put some clay in there if we have to. You see how the bottom looks really nice and good? And the top we went the same way. He's a little bit over to one side, but it's a simple fix. And this is what I mean right here. See how simple that is? He's a good enough fit that he's pretty close to perfect, is what I'm getting at. Okay, that goes down to there. These commercial bodies are pretty awesome. And that's what we got so far. Tail lines up real good. We'll put some clay back there too. And I might as well do it now, kind of show you. Okay. We'll get some for that bottom fin right there. And you basically just make a worm. It will show through a little bit on the fish, but the belly especially, it's going to be wide anyway. In other words, I don't have a big problem with it, really. But okay, let me show you what I mean. Right here where the fin juncture starts. Heck, I can even put it on the fish body itself. And we know it goes right there. That's where it starts. That's where it ends. And I had to put some of these for support, to kind of keep it in place. Same with these. Put a little bit down in there. Kind of work it. I have not even used it. to be honest with you. But there needs to be a little bit of a base, I guess you could say. You know, a little something there. Especially if you carve a body. It's good to have a little bit of something there, you know, is the right word. But, and you can shape it and mold it as it, you know, while you're letting it dry. We have one more place, like back there. A lot of times I'll just do this. I'll just put a little bit of clay on the back, and we know it's a good fit anyway, so that helps. Roll a little bit. Start right here. Go there, kind of, and. But I tell you what, I mean, I definitely use clay on the tail area. I do. There's no doubt. You know where the fin rays go. They, you know, you don't want a lot of place where it'll shrink. You don't want a whole lot of shrinkage there if you can keep from it. I have to work with him and take some of it back off. That's what I got to do. Looks like. Yeah, that'll work. Wash your hands to stay a little clean. Kind of helps out a little. Okay, I've got the tail kind of figured out a little bit. Basically, you want it right there where the rays, you know, you don't want no empty spot around there if you can keep from it, you know. It's just more work you got to do later. And, you know, it affects the quality of your fish. Then I'll get my staple gun. Put a couple of staples, make sure it stays where it's got to stay. It's actually a pretty good fit on this guy. I amaze myself sometimes. And up here I can put some clay too. I have just shot silicone in there all up through here. And yeah, you can really swell him up that way too, you know. That's a good way to do it actually. But I think I want to use clay through there. It's gonna stretch him out a little bit. Add a little bit to him. Okay, I'm gonna, like on this back side here, you can see I got a lot of room for a little bit of clay. And it's not a super tight fit anyway. So basically there's like a groove there. And so I want the fin rays to rest on that. And I could even put this back in water and mold that a little bit better. And that would look good to do that. But he's gonna come out good anyway. So, and do a little bit right through here. I may even shoot some silicone and kind of take care of, like if silicone works, it keeps gaps from like showing up real bad. Oops. much right there, but now let's see what kind of fit he's got. Yeah, that's a bit much. It's okay. Mash it down a little bit. The head's going to go up there, like that. Clay can do its thing. Oh yeah, that's going to look good. Make sure that last fin is right there, and it is. Okay, good. And I can even shoot silicone in there, take care of gaps that I'm thinking might potentially come up or something. Yeah, I've been known to do that. But I'll bear hug these bad boys. Okay, that fits pretty good. It went in. Here's what we got so far. And we got clay. We got clay in the head. We got clay in the fins. And we can even work that down a little bit. Belly's a little bit over to one side. We're going to take care of that now. We got clay in the fin junctures. Should have put some on this one, but it'll be fine. Got him a little tight, sure did. But that'll work. Here's what we got. It's pretty well even. Of course he's got a gap, but not much. About an inch, inch and a half, inch and a quarter, something like that. But I didn't like do it so hard that it's not impossible to do. You know, I didn't order the form so big that it's not impossible to do. I usually inch and a half playroom. I've sometimes went as much as 2 inches of a gap in the back, but you know, it's hard work. Okay, I've got a stick here. It's just like a grade stake. The grade stakes work. You can get them at Lowe's. And what I got is I got like a 2 1/4. I think it's 2 1/4 inch screw. You just want to make sure the screw's not so big that it's gonna go through the fish, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I just run that screw through, and I'm going to go through the back of the fish body with it. Here's my fish, and I'm thinking about right there. I had some holes in it where I've used it before. But if you don't, you make new ones, you know. So that's kind of what's going on here. You know, usually I don't do it for video. So. Okay, we go this way. Well, there we go. That's on there. Now for the fish, all I got to go in is from the back. Now, I go back where I know the wood piece is. I kind of get used to seeing them kind of in the center towards the front. And even without knowing ahead of time, I know that's where the the plywood is. And you can even go ahead and kind of adjust him a little bit, you know. I'll do that a little bit. Oh, he's on there pretty good. I want the fish even. That way you kind of know everything that's going on about him. Then I torque him down, either with a good Phillips screwdriver or your drill. And, okay, that's in there good. Okay, some people head just like that, which looks good, I think. You know, it's not always just a flared out head. But, okay, these fins will come straight up like this. The first spine, I'll get behind it and lift up. And a lot of times they do it from the rear. I won't lie to you. And then you go through into the form, and that's what you got right there. See how it kind of holds the spine up? And then I use these big ones, but the smaller. And I'll go down to this bottom one here and see, I'm doing this right. I'm doing it from the rear, which is kind of what we're supposed to do. A full spread, I just like I don't know, it may not be extremely natural, but I like a full spread. And I'll even get that up real good. It's just, although it's up pretty good already. But a lot of times, I don't know why, but I just want those fins flayed out real good. But yeah, sometimes you can go in from the rear, like this. And it's actually a better alternative than going in from the front, because then you got to worry about fixing holes. You know what I mean? So, see how that fin spread real good? Whoops. Didn't work down here too good. Okay. For whatever reason, it didn't work. But hey, it's all right. That'll work. We put some clay in there. Whoops. Make sure that's good and the way you want it, and put that back up like it was. Yeah, right there. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do them all, I guess. Okay, a lot of times I do the head first, but this time I'm trying something different. I'm doing the fins first instead of the head. Just wanting to see what it's going to look like, I guess. Basically. A lot of times you can just put one in the front on these guys, and it looks pretty good. The front of the fin, that front fin. Okay, looks pretty good. And do it from the rear, possibly, if also. So I'll go behind that first or second ray. Sometimes I go behind the second ray. But main thing, you get a good spread. And that's a pretty good spread. Longer pins have an advantage for setting these fins. So that's pretty good, actually, to incorporate them if you can. And of course the other one, the very last ray, when I get in there, and you'll see where the fin starts and ends. And I use those as guides to mount my fins, see? And then right here I'll use 2 big ones, 2 long ones. And I'll try to be even with the spread, you know, the front. I get like behind the first one here. And yeah. Now remember, we got clay back here and we got to work through that clay also, so. Okay. Then you got the bottom one here. Let's see. Bottom one right here. That's a pretty good looking spread right there. There we are. Pretty good spread. It got a little clay coming out right there. I accidentally cut it. Just kind of make sure all this stuff is built up good. If not, it's just going to be more work for you later. Clay shrinks, but caulk doesn't shrink. So that's, I mean, the silicone don't shrink. Or I mean, it does, but it's usually not much. Silicone wants to stay kind of where it's at. So, and of course we're going to use the carding material to kind of keep it that way. Now the head. It looks kind of cool like it is, but he wants the head up, so basically he's going to get something like that. It's still trying to move on me. Okay, we got that there. Right in there. That's where I went. That's where I tend to go because I get more leverage. You know, where the pitch of the head looks okay. And then I got some clay I got up there that I got to work the lumps out of. A lot of times I use like a popsicle stick to get the amount of open mouth gill that I want. And it seems to help with them, you know, flaring his gills open. And I want to make him look, I want his mouth to look right. You know, you see them mounted so many different ways. Their mouths are doing all kinds of weird stuff. And I just want to make sure the mouth looks like a real bass mouth. And sometimes I'll put popsicle sticks right here too to kind of hold it open. It'd be great to have more turn. So he may go ahead and incorporate more of a turn, which shouldn't be hard to do. Yeah. There we are. Now a lot of times what I'll do is I'll get a popsicle stick and cut it around. Kind of make it like it's a little shorter, but still a popsicle stick. And I'll make sure his mouth is good and wide this way. Just right there where the pelvic and pectoral meet. And that looks pretty good. So his mouth is good and open. And don't want it too open, of course, but that looks pretty good. From the side it looks good. Basically I want the shape of the mouth the way I know it's supposed to be. So I'll incorporate stuff to make sure that happens. It's a good looking mouth. Pectoral fin. I do the same thing here, but I use the small yellow ones because it seems like they seem to really go in pretty good. Whoops, usually. Okay, there we are. I'll go to the bottom one or near the bottom, and spread his fin out real good, like that. And that's pretty good. That works out pretty good. I got here some plastic canvas material. You can get it at Walmart. And what I'll do is I'll trace out my fins and cut them out. And then I tend to save them too. Maybe do that a little bit because there's a little bit of stuff in there. But I'll show you. Okay, I traced out the soft dorsal. Okay, then I come back with my scissors and cut it out. I made it a little bit longer on purpose. Now I save these and reuse them over and over again on fish. I got a whole box full of like used canvas material that I've used for carding fish before. And there's nothing wrong with that. Whoops. Now I was taught to use 2 of them, so I want to duplicate this. So okay. I usually just do one at a time. When I'm carding the fins, that's different, but you know, on this, I just do one at a time. Now, I'll tend to use clothespin or something like that. But you can use like paper clips too, which I tend to use those a lot. But you can see, just make sure he's good and spread good, and you may even have to help it out and stretch it a little bit. And then start putting your clothespins on. I got some plastic ones, and I got some good old-fashioned wooden ones, and now you may want to trim it where it's closer to the fin so you can get a better bite on the fin. I've done that before too. We just trim it where it's, I'll show you what I mean. Like right here. Now I definitely want to stay out of the fin, of course, but you can doing this so you can see what's going on without getting on the fin. There we are. Maybe some of this down there at the bottom. There we are. We got that one there, and we put another one there, and see, it's going to bite better. You put another one down here. And you can use paper clips as well. And with the tail, I try to get relatively close, for that way I can spread the fins out with paper clips or whatever. But you want to allow a little bit for, you know, fanning the tail out a little better. So, you know, I allow a little bit, you know, so I can stretch it. So is the right word. And I cut it out and do a replica like I did before. Now I'm kind of short on paper clips, so I tend to use that on the gills, the gills mainly, and I'll show you that after a while. But you see how you can kind of stretch his tail out one side, and then stretch his tail out the other. But what I'll do is I'll put the other side on this side and grab a clothespin, put that on there. Whoops. So I got that tail good and spread out there, and so I'll raise that up. I can do the same thing on the bottom, you know, kind of spread his tail out. You got a good healthy spread on that tail, see? You spread out real good. That's what you're kind of what you're wanting. And of course, to keep him flat where he's not buckling, I'll put some more down through there. And on to the next fin. Big box. It's full of little pieces where I've done other fish. And you can see how they kind of tend to match up pretty good, some of them. Let's see, this one matches up. Somehow it matched up good. I think this was it right here. Okay. That matches up pretty good. Then you just cover it with another used piece. That'll get the job done. Start slapping those bad boys on there. That way you're saving. You're reusing for another fish. Saving on materials. I got a big box full of them too, so that's all right. Whatever reason, it seems like right here in between these fins, sometimes it wants to, I don't know, kind of hang down. So I'll get me a T-pin right in the middle of them, push it all the way in, and it seems to help. And this is the rear though. A couple more used pieces here. And you can trim them down to size if you want to. Or if they're good enough, you can leave them alone. Just whatever works out good for you there. Now a lot of times I'll save them for the, like this right here. I'll save them. And it just saves me from having to trace that out. Now here is where, this is when I usually try to go ahead and use the paper clips. Helps have a good supply of them. Yeah, and you can actually do the whole fish. I was taught to use these instead of the clothespins. I was taught to actually use these instead, so. Okay. Yes, you can actually go over those again with another one on top and eliminate the clothespins. Eliminate it's showing on the skin, with the paper clips. But sometimes I just let it ride like it is. I want to make sure all that stuff is out, the skin and everything. And then you just put that on and let it bite it, There we are. I may use paper clips on this because the clothespin's a little bit heavy. But I have used clothespins on this one too. The pectoral. Put one in back. He's already kind of spread out anyway, so really you don't have to add much stretch unless you want to the fin itself. But And these are a little bit lighter than, say, a clothespin. Spiny dorsal. Just kind of want to make sure he's stretched out real good, like you know he needs to be. And then hold it and put your clip on there. And put one in the, some people sew, you got options, but I'll put one right there, put one basically yeah, usually I've already done this, but I gave him a little bit, but not a lot. You can tell, but although that is quite a bit. And it's kind of better to do that. Push it down and get a good tight fit. Throw you a staple in there. And some people will cover that with paper towels. I think I may have done one with that. You know, using paper towel for a backing. It kind of has a decorative finish to it. But just letting you know, the necking material that I use to separate the fin rays with, a lot of times I'll, depending on the size of the fish, you know, I'll kind of cut pieces off. This is old necking material. It's like quarter pieces. And I'll get my hemostats. I'll do, you can see right there, there's a gill. And this is the side that's going to be kind of like flared out a little bit more because his head's going to be turned inwards. So I'll go ahead and get some pretty good sized one. Stick them in there to kind of keep the gill off of it. I guess is the right word. Then you go to the next one. Do the same thing. Here's a pretty good piece right here. And then I'll separate that one the same way. And you get the idea. It's kind of, it'll kind of push the head outwards a little bit, I think. But it's kind of what you want. So I know I've got one down there at the bottom now. Let's see, that one pretty good. It's just the bottom is the part that needs it, looks like. Okay, that's pretty good. Now, a lot of times I'll get a screwdriver or something and use it to pry open the fins. You know, the next fin. But anything you got on hand. This happens to be just a piece of my popsicle stick I was using. And so I'm opening the gills. Well, see, they'll dry that way. And you can even take gaps out of the fin rays if you're wanting to go that far. I don't go that far, but you could. You could do that. Like that. And you can see they're kind of separated. Sometimes I'll shoot a staple right there in the throat area and kind of get it flat down against the body. Use this for help a little bit. Grab him right there. Right here at the bottom tends to be the spot where it needs it. I'm going to put that there. Okay, we'll go to the next one here. Put it down here towards the bottom. Here's the last one. And it's right there. Yeah. He's definitely flared up pretty good. I put another wire, I tapped it through, I went through the eyeball. Basically, I want to try to give it a little bit of attitude, and if possible, like this a little bit. Oh, that's good right there. Now that's in the form that's going to hold. And it looks pretty good. He's got a little bit of a turn to him now, which is something he didn't have a little while ago. So okay, I've got a little bowl here, and I've got this is called cellulose insulation. And what we do, we make a mache that hardens up, but this is what we use to fill in the cheek meat we took out. See how it's real flat? You don't want that. You don't want it bulging out too much either. But I've got my molding plaster that I got at Walmart, or plaster of Paris. And I just put a good amount that I think is going to get nice and hard. Make a good little slurry. Of course, I add water and mix it up. So here's my water. Add a little bit of that in there. And get me a popsicle stick. And just start mixing it until it's nice and mixed. Now, a lot of times I just use my fingers, but I'll tuck with a popsicle stick, get it down in there. Right now it's a little bit too thin. But as it starts to harden, it gets harder. And that's when I tend to get it in there. And basically you don't want that flat appearance in the cheek. And it don't take a whole lot, but yeah, you definitely want to make sure you got enough in there. I think I've been guilty of it a time or two myself. Putting too much of it in there and making him look like a frog. It's easily done. Somebody not paying attention or something, and you can use your pinky to kind of make sure it's pushed down in there real good. It's an easy mistake to make, accidentally get too much in there. And I'll rinse him off a little bit later. Main goal is you just keep putting that stuff in there. You can always pat it back out too. You know what I mean? But it's already kind of almost too full. But you can squeeze it back out of the eye socket, if you get too much. And but yeah, like that. Like that. Like that. He's already kind of full. A little bit too full, I think. But I want to push it down in there as far as I can get it, so I know it's down in there. And I can always flatten it out and push it back out. Yeah. It's kind of full right now. And some of it can go up in the top of his head right here. Okay, that's in pretty good, but at least I know it's in there. Now I can kind of, work it down. That's a little bit too much, So you can flatten it. You can flatten it back down and get some of it back out. See, it will shrink some, but yeah, you definitely want to make sure it's not too full. Because even when they're not, you know, skin out, a lot of times they do have a little bit of an empty look. In other words, that ought to tell you how much you want to put in there. But that will shrink down. But yeah, definitely got some in there, that's for sure. But he's good and full looking. And then you do the other side the same way. You want it even and, you know, full but not too full. Now, okay, now we're going to let him dry. See you in a couple of weeks. These that come out, that comes out. It's been a couple of weeks. And, yep, see, they come off by themselves even. Clothespins are quicker and easier, but sometimes it helps to have these. You know, the paper clips. And you just want to be a little easy when you take them off. Just want to make sure you don't run into any issues there. Oh, that's stuck a little bit. There we are. And I reuse everything. I reuse paper clips, of course the clothespins, and whole 9 yards. Just, it's all easy to reuse. It's not a problem. You've got your pins. Let me get these out. Some people I hear like use Mod Podge and let the fins go. Mod Podge is kind of like a reinforcement. So, yeah, they'll do that. Oh, that one held pretty good. You get the idea on that? Okay. These pins ought to come out pretty easy. Sometimes I kind of twist and pull, kind of help it out a little bit. I have no problem reusing stuff over and over and over again. They'll get rusty a little bit sometimes, but they'll do their job. And sometimes I'll grab needle noses and use those too, because that helps sometimes. You know, I'm pulling, but you get the idea. And that's self-explanatory too, pretty much. These right here, I'll twist them a little when I pull. Twist it a little when I pull. And pull all those out and I'll get back with you. Okay, I took my popsicle sticks out of my mouth and took the skewers out. I just pulled them out. I had quite a few of them. Hold the mouth and everything in place. So we're good. Not sure if I showed you, but these pop off real easy. Sometimes they stick a little bit, but the paper clips, you know, voila. I reuse this stuff. We put these in here to separate the gills while it was drying, and we just take those out and reuse them again too. That simple. Got them on this side too. They just come right out. There we go. I've got a cardboard. Poster board's real good. This stuff works real good. The guy that taught me taxidermy would use that stuff. Just like old cigarette boxes and stuff. But I'm going to do what's called carding the fins. So what I do is I just get behind the fin and get my Sharpie pen and outline it, pretty good. And that's the tail and the anal. Oops. Sometimes I mark them. You can mark them if you gotta. I may go like that's the anal fin. It's tail or caudal. And then of course, got your soft dorsal. Don't do the spiny dorsal. I just do like maybe the soft dorsal. And I'll just hold it there and use my Sharpie pen to go around it. There we go. Okay. Pelvic fins. So we go here. And if you have any caulk work, we're going to be doing that too. Like repair work, I guess is the right word. Okay. Sometimes on these I'll put like R for rear and F for front. And I automatically know myself which is which. This is soft dorsal because this is the anal. And then, so we pretty much just got one more, which is that one. And we'll go kind of like, like this. And, a thinner Sharpie pen, you may like that better. It's just what I got here. Okay, that's the pelvic. Or the pectoral, sorry. What I do is I got my contact cement. This stuff right here, the DAP, it's really good stuff. And a little brush or even a Q-tip. I use a Q-tip because it saves on brushes. And I can use it later for something else. Like putting a gloss on or something. But I'll put my contact cement. I like putting it on before I cut it out. Because to me it's easier to cut out if I do it that way. So basically I do that. Put a little on there. I'll cover them all. And do this one. I'll do them all, basically. Maybe faster with a brush, but I'm not in that big of a hurry. So I'll use just a Q-tip. Get the job done. To the tail. Now I'll worry about trimming it later after I get it on the fish. This, you want it kind of larger anyway. That way, you card the fins. You got a little excess to work with. So we got that. Do the anal. Oops, we got that done. Okay, and I'll even let that dry for a little while. Tack up a little bit, I guess is the right word. And I also do the fins. I'll maybe easier to use a brush. So I'm probably doing you a disservice by not using a brush, but you get the idea. All the way in the ends. And you do all the fins that way. Get the soft dorsal. Basically, you want two parts gluing together. You want, you want two parts tacky. And when they connect, they will not come apart. They will not come apart at all. Okay, and you've got your pectoral fins. And you've even got this one. This is a pectoral fin. Sorry. Whoops, didn't mean to get on that side. Okay, you let that tack up for a little bit, and we'll put them together. Now I just cut them out. Some people just cut out what basically covers the tail, and that's it. I've seen a lot of different ways that people do this, but yeah, you just kind of roughly. It ain't got to be perfect, because you get the rest with a razor blade, a straight edge, when you're trimming the fins. And basically what you do, you kind of match what you see. Whoa, that's a lot bigger. Yeah, well, better too big than not big enough. And usually if it's dried long enough, it'll seat pretty good. Something I didn't do that a lot of times I do is, like the area where the fins come next to the body, a lot of times I'll put little cut marks. Like something that helps it make the bend. Like if you got to do a little bit of a bend or something. Like right here in the back, I should have done it, but I didn't. Usually I don't go back that far with the cardboard anyway. So you kind of come up with your own technique, I guess is the right word. But That glue definitely is holding. And it will not come apart. Let's just say that right offhand. It will not come apart. Sometimes, like in between these rays, I'll even do that and make sure it's sticking good. But yeah, he's on there. And you do all the fins that way. Like here's the anal. I'll go ahead and do the anal, and you can kind of get an idea. They all do it. And there we are. It's on real good, super good. Okay, kind of roughly follow it. Oops. Some people leave the pectoral transparent. Use a little, and they use a little Mod Podge or something on it. It's whatever you want to do. It's your puppy, in other words. I may get it like that and use a popsicle stick for support in the back, and I need to get everything on there real good. That looks pretty good. I'm going to do the rest of them. You get the idea. Now I like to trim them a little bit better with like my scissors again. And I usually just hold it in my hand, but for video purposes, I usually just hold it like this and turn it however I got to strategically, you know, to get those fins cut. And then I go back over it again even closer with a straight edge razor blade, and I'll trim but you can get quite a bit with you know, a pair of scissors. I get around here and like so forth. And I do all the others the same way. Like here on the tail. I'll say just on the outer extremity, you know. And can't go wrong by using the shape of the tail a little bit, you know, to get it. So there you are. And You get the idea. Let's see. That's pretty good right there. You just trim them out like that. Yeah. Get the outer extremity there. Just go all the way around with it. And remember, get the rest with a straight edge razor. And basically, you're just any cardboard sticking out. If I was doing it not for video purposes, I'd be holding it in my hand and turning it however I got to get to it to get what I get done. So just keep that in mind. Then we go back with a straight edge razor and trim it up even more. Now what I like to do, you know, after you do it with scissors as good as you can, sometimes I'll go back with a straight edge razor, and it just seems to work good for me. And you go back and you get all that little bit of trimming, you know, what you couldn't get with the scissors, go ahead and get it with your straight edge razor. And it's pretty awesome. It just kind of go in and comes right off with a razor. I think you get the idea. You have to go in with it from an angle that you can get it from, and so all that just pops up. You can get a little bit right here. You can get really good with it. Down here, there's a little bit of something. Looks pretty good. It's that simple. Just do all your fins that way and make them look good. On the end, you can see a little bit sticking out. Just get that razor blade in there and just follow the actual fin of the tail, and you can't go wrong. Sometimes I'll put a little caulk, and what it is, you're going to fill in the gaps, and you're going to put brush strokes and make fin ray type look with using a brush and latex caulk. What it does, it kind of blends in your spots that have bad fins, and I'll show you that in a bit. But right now we're going to install an eye, and I want my eyes maybe not straight up and down, but maybe a little bit out. But a lot of times I will let the bottom of the eye kind of sink in just a little bit in comparison to the top of the eye. It just looks good. And I usually point the pupil up towards the nostril a little bit. It just seems like it looks good that way, and it seems like fish do that. Like their eye pupil is kind of in the direction of the nostril. I'll show you what I mean. Now I like using these flex eyes. They're made to actually put in right when you mount the fish, which I don't see a problem with that. But you can put them in later. I just did a kind of a pre-fit, and I'm going to put a little bit of caulk in there. Sometimes I have gotten a razor and trimmed the eye down to get it to fit these Wayne Cooper eyes. But they make for a good mount, and they're cheaper. They're cheaper than the other eyes you get. So that's probably the main reason. And then I want the pupil facing the nostril, and or kind of like the top of the mouth, somewhere in that range, and it just looks good because I've seen fish do that in real life. But I'm going to put up just a little dab of caulk in there, and I'll show you what I mean. I've got a little caulk here. I'll just shoot some to kind of fill in what I dremeled out, basically, essentially, and put just a little bit in there. Might have put in a little bit more than I wanted, but it'll come right out. I think it's a little bit too much. Oh well. And then I get my eye. Want the pupil facing up towards the nostril. And definitely needs to go in more than that. Maybe slightly forwards with the eyeball facing up towards the nostril. About like that. That's good. And I'll give you a glimpse of what I'm looking at from the front. And you're definitely going to have a little excess, but that's okay. You want a little excess. You want it to look natural up top and all that stuff. A lot of times I'll get my finger, spray a little water on it, you know, where I can kind of go around. That looks pretty good already. You can also let it dry like halfway, push in a little bit, and it makes kind of a cool looking, I don't know what you call it. But the caulk rises up around the eye a little bit, and it looks realistic. And you can't go wrong if you do that. I mean, it looks good when you do that. So, a little Q-tip and get some of that loose caulk off the eye there. Looks pretty good. I can let it dry a little bit. Well, I'll show you from the front. See a little caulk on this other side. I went ahead and drilled it out too. More than it'll ever need right there. Have the pupil facing up towards the nostril, just like on the other side. Okay, and I drum with the whole beer and then the actual eye, so I can easily push it in if need be. And make sure they both look even, kind of, you know. Probably a little bit in. Towards the front, I think I want the eyeball a little bit in. They're both facing the nostril, pretty much right on it. Can't go wrong there. Okay. A little excess around the eye for the bulge that we're going to put in it. If you want to do it. Some people don't. I don't even always worry about it, but it looks pretty cool if you get it just right. But it's like with everything else, you know, especially doing commercial grade, you want to get it done, get your money, and do a good job, but you don't want to spend, you know, all day doing something if you can get away with not doing it and don't have to. So the silicone caulk does dry faster, and you know, people use that stuff for pretty much everything, even mountain animals. You know, if the cape has been tanned where it's not going to have a lot of shrinkage, that caulk, when it dries, it'll hold that skin pretty good. Of course, I use it on my deer and they're dry preserved, so you might could get away with it, like on a fox or something. You know, I've seen them do it with tan capes, but not dry preserved capes. You know, so that's what the eyes kind of look like. Fairly good. I do think it matters to put an eye on both sides. Well, I mean, I remember when I was picking stuff up, like a fish or something, and I'd see like where it's missing an eye on the side, it's going to be up against the wall, and it felt incomplete work to me. But you know, a lot of people do it, and so just keep that in mind. Now what happens is when it dries, you can push in a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. Let me see. Yeah, you should be able to. Let me turn a little bit towards the camera a bit more. See it now. But you can push in a little bit. We'll just let it dry a little bit on the outside. I don't know how long you want to wait, but you can push in a little bit and make a cool little, kind of like an eye socket. A little, you know, what goes around the eye socket, you can make that a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. You know, without getting extreme on your angles or anything, but if it doesn't work, still have a good looking fish even without that concept. But it does seem to help. Kind of liven him up a little bit. Has like a little bit of a bulge around his eye. Just let the caulk dry a little bit and push in on it a little bit, and it'll make it. Okay, I got some caulk. Now, what I like to do is fix some of these, you know, if it's real bad, you know, especially. Some fins are so good you hardly have to worry about them. But a lot of them, you got a little damage you got to work with, you know. And I'll put some on the tail. I'll worry about doing the others here in a little bit. I'll get a little bit of water. Probably spray a little bit on the caulk itself. But a lot of times I'll get also some on a brush. And these little fibers in the brush, you know, these little hairs will make streaks. So let the water kind of get in there and do its thing. And it's usually, let's see, I think the spreading out like that is what adds the strokes. And you can see them. You can see them a little bit. And that's basically all you do is, I'll go in with it first. You know, spread it the way I want it to spread. Get that pretty well good where you know it needs to be. And then make your strokes. Go with the rays of the fish and it works out better. But you get the idea. That's a pretty good fin right there. Still add a little bit of something to it. A little bit of water goes a long way. Just go with the rays of the fish. Go with the rays of the fin. You can't go wrong. That's pretty much all. There we are. Might be better just to put it on the brush. Let's see what else working today. Yeah, it worked pretty good. That's a little bit thick, but you get the idea. See how that's working? Just make sure the rays match what the fin rays are doing. Your goal is not to cover up the actual fin rays, but to fill in the damaged areas. That's the goal you need to shoot for. But it looks pretty good to me. Just right on the ends. Let it dry, especially if you got damage. Some stuff, it's so little you don't even need to mess with it, but a lot of times you'll have some damage on your fins. Sometimes I'll build the lip up a little bit. Like right through here, and even put a little bit in the nostril, and especially like on reproductions, some of your reproductions, I guess where they can get them out of the mold easier, they lost that upper lip kind of. It's just no bulge or nothing, and a lot of times I'll incorporate that back in. Get a little bit of, yeah, reproductions are real bad for it. The original lip is gone, and sometimes I use a fine sheet of paper to get that caulk to go where it's got to go. There's a dip right down there in the nose. And you may not even want to mess with this. A lot of times I don't. And it still comes out good. But But yeah, especially like on reproductions, that lip, the way it's supposed to look, is gone. And you got something that looks like a mailbox opening, basically. In other words, the lip is totally gone. Well, see, you can reincorporate that lip back in and make it look like a bass again. So just keep that in mind. You can do a lot with these things as opposed to like some other things that you mount. You know, you can't do that much with them really. But here we are. Yeah, especially bad on like reproductions and stuff. Yeah, and along with rebuilding the lip on like a reproduction or even a real fish, you know, that may be dried and his lips look kind of weird. I get like a cut out little piece of cigarette cardboard or something real light, and I can rake all this little forwards, a little bit forwards, and then come in on the side, make sure it's good and wet, and kind of rebuild that that lip line that disappeared on you. You can rebuild that back up, and a little bit of water. And sometimes you just can do something with this that you can't do with your fingers, and that, you know, smooth things out. And sometimes the more waterlogged the cardboard is, the better. But you kind of get what I'm trying to go for, I think. And I may show a close up here a little bit in just a second and show you what I'm doing even better. And just kind of smooth it up top, bring it up to the corner. So that caulk wants to go in, and do it like that. Make a smooth transition right in front of the maxillary there on the looks pretty good, actually. I kind of like that. See, he's got lips rebuilt up, and sometimes you can build up the maxillary a little bit also. On reproduction, sometimes you gotta, for realistic purposes, sometimes you gotta add lips like that to, you know, to your reproductions to make them look more realistic. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Yeah, there's kind of what it looks like from up above. So yeah, just kind of working with it. Reproductions, a lot of times you got to do that. I mean, if you want a little bit extra realism, it does help. I was taught to use paper towel and trace out your seam, and then put contact cement on here, and then cut out your seam where you traced it, and put contact cement on it, and then you apply the paper towel to there. And every now and then you'll see an old mount that looks like this, there's like paper towel or something on the back of it. You'll see like the design off the paper towel on it, and that's why they use paper towel. But a lot of times I'll just get some caulk. Well, see, I've got some staples. Sometimes I use staples almost like an extra arm to get my skin to do the way I want it to. And then I'll take them out. It's all on the back anyway. Just all and how good you want to do on the back. I may have a video where I use paper towel. But a lot of times you'll use caulk around this where the paper towel is anyway. So, and plus I've seen other people do it. And They basically just use caulk and fill the back up, and you can put a paint job on the back a little bit, you know. And I've got video, I think I got a video, maybe an older one, showing me do that even. But yeah, that stuff will come right out. Get my caulk, and sometimes I'll start right here where the fin rays come out of the body. Maybe do a good job with that. You know, whatever they're going to see from the front. I want to do a little bit of a good job on the back because, and I have even put like a decent, not real good, but you know, show that I spent time on the back, and they'll like that. You know, like put a paint job on the back a little bit. You know, not nothing spectacular, but just something that shows that I spent time doing it. They'll notice it. The customers will. And this is just what I've seen other taxidermists do, and I don't know, maybe it's a bad habit. I don't know. A little water on like a popsicle stick or something. Smooth stuff out, and I can go back with my finger later if I have to. Get things to go the way they want to. Water is cheap and it's free. Sometimes a finger comes in handy, sometimes popsicle, sometimes a brush. And see, I'm doing that, not getting too super pretty with it or anything. Probably use my fingers if I wanted to. Maybe even a thin piece of cardboard or something, you know, to smoothen things off there. Basically just filling that little thin gap in back. And it is thin, you know. And remember, it's on the back, it's a side facing the wall that nobody is ever going to see unless they take it down. Or if they put it like in a, like maybe in a hallway where they can get a glimpse of the back, which sometimes they may do that. So you want it to look pretty decent, much as possible. You know, where it needs to. You get that a little better, like that. Just smoothen it out as good as you can with your fingers or whatever you're going to use. Popsicle stick comes in handy. Of course, you got the other side too. Now, a lot of the mounts I've seen, you can see where they shoot caulk in right back here, and a little bit of it will come out the front of the throat. And I've gotten where I've seen it so much, I kind of think it's cool. Okay. Get your water again. Kind of dress it up a little bit more. See how good I am in the camera. Pretty good. This caulk, it'll dry relatively fast, especially if it's the silicone based stuff. And yeah, that'll really dry pretty quick. But this is kind of how I do it. Just like this. Of course, where the stick is, you can't get that. But that's probably going to be up against a piece of wood anyway, like a driftwood or something. So it's not going to be no major concern. There you go. I don't know if you can see it, but I'll turn it around. You can kind of see where it's built up in the throat area. I just put a little bit of this in there, kind of smoothing things out a little bit. Yeah, then you let that caulk dry and you give them a good paint job. Now sometimes, like the throat area, you want that throat to match up real good, and you may have to turn him upside down, throw some caulk on there. You know, if he's a little bit out of alignment or something, or there's a tear or something, you may have to fix him from underneath is what I'm getting at. Sometimes I'll build the lower part of the jaw. I don't know, sometimes I just feel in there, it looks empty. Easily done with some caulk. Now I've seen people mount them different where, you know, like in the throat, it was all, it's just a hole with nothing in it. Sometimes I see where there's a little caulk kind of just hanging out. I guess every taxidermist does it a little bit different. And notice on this, it's that throat latch is pretty good to the bottom of the form. Sometimes I'll actually stick a pin in there and pin this latch area. There's like a V, it's bone on both sides. You can stick a pin in there and pin it to the bottom of your form, and it comes out perfect every time. I didn't do that, or I didn't show y'all that, but you can do that, and it makes your mounts come out good. This is a tail out and down mounts, what this one was, but kind of get the idea. Some people leave the head alone and just put a paint job on it and it looks good. I've seen them, you know, different variations. Just what you think needs to be done to make the fish look as good as you want to possibly make it look, then go for it.